All right, let's make sure everything's working. All right, is everything up and running? Restream, Twitch. I got YouTube here. Twitter, somehow. Nice. All right, that's live. Gotham Chess, yeah. I want to watch that later. I want to watch that one later. right, let me make a Twitter post. Fucking. All right. Let's go back to chess.com. Make a Twitter post. Is there any reason why the resolution seems like a little... Stream seems like a little quality. Can we improve the video quality a little bit more? Why does it look a little hazy here? All right, whatever. All right, let's queue up for another game here on the chess.com ladder. It is day 3 of chess streaming. Let's see how far we can get today. 1300, and let's do this. Let's see what our opponent plays. Usama, I cannot pronounce his name. All right, so e4. So I have a knight c6 right here. I learned this trick from club player back when I was living in New York. And the point of this opening is to lock up the center. You play e5, you wait for... Okay, so he doesn't play e4, and so in that case, it would just transpose into a typical Italian game. Right, he goes d3, threatening... Well, not threatening, but he's ready to play bishop g5. We're not really worried about bishop g5. We will probably just go here. Not think too hard about it. We're not worried about this move. We'll preemptively break the pin. And now what I want to do is I want to play for d4 and then trade this knight with a bishop. And now we have like a nice open center. We have slightly better central control. We're controlling the square here in our opponent's territory and this d4 square over here. All right. And now I'm thinking about sacking potentially the knight on this square. Is that worth it? I don't think that's really... I don't really think that's worth it at this point in time to sacrifice the knight for just 2 pawns. But it's something to consider. All right, let's drop back here. Hit the bishop. Bishop's probably going to drop back. And at that point, we can play here, trying to chip away at the pawn chain. If he defends, we'll take, and then we will take the rook. So, and if he pushes down, in that case, we will probably bounce the knight back, or we'll actually hit him like this and counter strike the bishop. So I'm really trying to get his light squared bishop here, and also trying to open up the A file for the rook. And take. So after he takes, I'm going to take over here, and this is helpful for me because it puts my bishop onto a long diagonal. And he takes with the queen. I could hit him this way, but in that case, he has a pawn c4. And so now what I want to do is, well, I could take his bishop and destroy the pawn structure. That seems pretty good to me, so I'll do that. But before that, I might win a temple on the queen first. I have to decide if it's worth it to win a temple on the queen. And also, he is dropping a pawn here in the middle of the board, so I could also take that. Yeah, I think I will take that pawn. I think that's a worthwhile pawn to take. And also because after taking the pawn, we'll be hitting the knight here in two different ways. Right now, we're just hitting the knight once. So let's go here. And our plan now is to take, get the queen onto a nice square, break his castle here, and then checkmate him in a few moves after that. So, all right, now we can push forward. We can go here, perhaps. We could also jump the knight in. I mean, everything here looks decent. Okay, let's go here, hit the queen, get our bishop onto a better square. And while we hit the queen, we're also hitting the pawn right behind it. So we'll be able to take the pawn also. And we also have the option of pushing the pawn from e5 to e4. And also the option of putting the bishop right here on d6, defending the c7, defending the pawn on c7. All right, while we wait for our opponent's move, let's figure out what our opponent wants to do. He has to get his bishop out somehow right now. His bishop's not doing anything useful. Bishop could go to b2. Bishop could go to a3, but he can't really go to a3 because I would just take. So there's only one spot for the bishop to go to, and it's in front of the knight right now. The knight's in front. Okay. So I could just trade into endgame here. Awesome. That works for me, I think. Am I happy to take this endgame? Takes. No, actually, I'll probably keep this queen around for a little bit. I want to move my queen onto a safe square, but also keep it active, make sure it's still doing something useful. And so if I move my queen here, how does he continue to attack it? He doesn't, right? So my queen is on a comfortable square here. He doesn't have anything to attack it with. He has the pawn to, he could use the pawn to attack the queen, but that move would just, it would do too much damage to his own defenses. So I'm not worried about that move. And he still has to deal with his own queen. So I think this should be almost game over. Let's see. Because he has to protect his knight and the queen at the same time. The knight on e5 and the queen on b3 they're both hanging. And so he has to do something about that. And also after he moves his queen, assuming he moves his queen, I'm also going to have bishop d6 here, eyeing down the h2 pawn, and I'll have the option to swing my queen over, threaten checkmate here. Right, I'm already thinking about bishop d6, queen h5, threatening checkmate on h2, combining the bishop and the queen. I'm thinking about the bishop hitting this square. Queen g5, threatening mate on... Okay, so he does go there. In that case, we'll probably just take the pawn for free. I mean, not the pawn. We'll take the bishop. Excuse me. Take the knight. Take the knight for free. So he's down a knight, and he's also weakened his king. So this one should end pretty quickly. We'll put the bishop right here. We could team up with the queen. Team up with the queen and hit him on h2, on the weak h2 square, right there. Okay. Rook up. That's a mistake. Rook is undefended. We go in, take the rook. He's going to block with the knight, and he resigns. All right. Strong start. Nice 12 elo points right here. Let's see if we get to... Let's see how many games it would take for us to get to 1400. Let's go with d4. Let's play a few Queen's Gambits. Oh, I should also play Knight f3. Knight f3 is on my last climb to about 1700, I was playing Knight f3 really often because it's a tricky little move order that sometimes gets people confused, and people play... people often play really bad moves against Knight f3, especially on this part of the ladder. All right, so he goes there. He goes f3. Let's go knight c3. Let's see what he does. I wonder if he'll play d6 or d5, or he'll play... Okay, so he goes there. And he plays d5. So I think because d5 will play knight f3. We're not going to overcomplicate it. The downside of putting the knight in front of the c-pawn right here is we deny our ability to play c4. But I think I'm going to be okay with that this game. I'm not going to worry too much about pushing for c4. I don't think that's going to matter too much. Okay, let's try bishop f4. Just putting all our pieces onto good squares. And I think this game, we'll just play it normally and wait for our opponents to make a blunder, which I'm sure he'll make at some point. We could also drop our knight back and threaten f3 followed by d4 to try to get an advantage in the middle of the board. I think I'll try that. Let's see what he does. I'm going to try this f3 and an e4 idea. And f3 is a risky move to play. Usually you're not supposed to play f3. Okay, so he goes c4 immediately. C5 immediately. Okay, so that's actually a little annoying. I don't want to take. I definitely am not interested in taking, but I'll play e3. And if he takes, I take. So... But c5 is a strong move. If I'm black here, I want to play c5, knight c6, queen b6, and just threaten this b2 pawn and also this d4 pawn right here. But let's see if he does that. If he goes knight c6, okay, he does do that. But here I'm gonna try. Here I'm gonna try takes. I'm gonna try takes. And again, usually you're not supposed to play like this because you're just helping your opponent, putting the bishop onto a good square here. But against this c4 idea, what I've found, wow, okay, he's playing all the right moves, which is impressive. But I think in this position, I might try knight a4, hitting the bishop. Or I'll try... Yeah, let's give knight a4 a chance. Hit the bishop, force him to go back. And also stop the queen from coming onto this square. And also... we might go knight here and try to plant the knight over there. Opponent's playing this pretty well, actually. He's making moves that make a lot of sense. Right? Bishop back. Okay, that's good. But the thing is, that helps me get my... The problem with that move is after takes, I get my knight onto the square right there, onto this b6 square. And then he has to move his rook. So after... He can't move his rook over there because bishop takes rook. So I think I'll try that. And move my knight here onto a good square, onto this b6 square. And then how is he going to kick my knight out? Right? Because he doesn't have rook a6 to hit the knight. So I'll jump. He doesn't have rook a6 to hit the knight. And also, I have this bishop move, this bishop d3. And if he takes the bishop and I take with the pawn, then I'm okay with that transformation of the position because I'll be recapturing towards the center. Alternatively, I could also swing my d2 knight over to b3. All right, let's try this. Let's try jumping the knight in and see what he does. So we play knight b6. He doesn't have rook a6. So I wonder how he's going to check the knight out. I think he might try moving the queen back, or he might try moving the queen forward. But this is just, I'm giving him a few problems, seeing what he does. I'll try to swing my other knight around here and try to do some damage over on the d4 square. And also put my bishop out. And if he takes, I take, that's all right with me. I'll put the rook on the open c file. And we'll try to make something happen down to c file in conjunction with the right. So now let's go. We could play c4 ourselves now, actually, because knight takes is well, actually, I don't want to play c4. That's not a good move. All right, let's go bishop here. I wonder if our opponent is worried about us taking and damaging, quote unquote, the pawn structure here. I wonder if he's going to go back, if he's going to take, or if he's going to do nothing. Okay, he takes. That's all right with me. I like the pawn here on d3. His knight doesn't have any forward movement. He doesn't have a check down this diagonal. And now after castles, I think, should I castle in this position? Yeah, I'm happy to castle. Just get my king out of the center. I'm noticing that the pawn structure is symmetrical. And the only open file here is the c file. So I might try to get the rook onto the c file, swing my knight. Okay. In this position, I'll just jump my knight back to a4, hit the queen on c5, ask him what he wants to do. My knight's defended here by the queen, so I'm not worried about anything bad happening. Do I like my pawn on d3? Yeah, I like my pawn on d3. It stops the movement of his knight, so I think I'll keep it there for now. But my game plan this game is probably going to be trying to exploit the weak squares here on b6 and c5. I'm going to try to swing my knight over. And try to create like some kind of outpost there. All right. Threatening the d3 pawn. And okay, so I can trade queens. That's not a big deal to me. If he wants to trade queens and put my knight onto b3, that's all right with me. I'm happy with that. I can beat him in this endgame. Yep, he goes for the queen trade. And I think my knights are slightly better than his knights. I'm going to put my rook here. Oh, okay. He pushes. I don't think I'm worried about him pushing here. Am I worried about him pushing? Takes. That's cool with me, probably. So I'll jump forward, hit the knight, or I can push. I can also push here. How good is pushing? Or I could take, and after takes, I have takes, but I don't want to be saddled with the isolated pawn either. So let's jump forward, see what he does. And I care. If he takes, I think I'm going to take. Well, actually, I might not take because that pawn capture, the pawn capture on f2 is going to happen with a check, so I can't take over there. Okay, let's move our knight. Let's move our knight. Okay, let's move our knight in. And I'm a little bit worried about my knight being trapped here, but luckily we always have this square to jump on. So if he goes here, attacking the knight, that's actually good for me because I'll jump in here after knight takes. I'll fork the 2 rooks here on the back rank. So that's also okay with me. That's also all right with me. And after pawn takes, my knight defends the d3 pawn backwards. Let me turn on the light, as a matter of fact. It's so dark in this room. Okay. Right. I'm not worried about this. I have 2 pawns in the middle here. The pawns here are useful for stopping, again, the forward progress of the knight. So he doesn't have this knight jump. He also doesn't have that knight jump. He doesn't have take. Right? He doesn't have take because our knight jumps backwards to defend. And so here, what I like is might even sacking the rook is interesting. I'm not going to do it, but it is something that occurred to me to potentially give a sacrifice here, damaging the pawn structure. Although I think it's not good at this point. Let's push this. Move our pawns forward. Is he going to jump his knight onto that square, onto this g4 square, and try to hit the pawn? I don't know. If I were him, I might try him. But I would feel a little cramped putting both of my knights in front of all these pawns and the rook. If I were him, I would be trying to kick my knights out, trying to win the center pawns, get the rook onto the c file, try to win the pawns on the edge of the board here. I just need a single pawn, really. Once I'm able to win a single pawn here, I'll push the rest up the board. So if I can win either this pawn or... All right, so he goes back. So this is an offer to trade, I think, almost everything, right? If I trade everything down, am I happy with the resulting position? Am I ready to trade everything down? Or do I want to, let's see. All right, I think I'll trade. And I do have this fork here, hitting the rook and hitting the pawn also. All right, let's give this fork, hit the pawn, hit the rook. His rook is going to swing over, and then I'll swing back here, hitting his pawn again. And how does he defend in that position? Right. He'll probably swing his rook over. Okay, let's get our rooks onto the c file here. We're going to try to penetrate and go down to the seventh rank here, hitting his knight. If he goes here, we always have an escape square. And we're going to jump out of here. We're going to jump out via d6 and hit the knight also. Yep. All right. Let's go with the plan. Or we could jump our knight back, and after he takes, we'll have a passed pawn, which is going to be annoying for him to deal with. Or I could actually penetrate first with the rook. Yeah, I like this move because it gets my rook onto the 7th rank, gets me ready to double up. His knight has no forward movement. And if he tries to go here, taking the knight, I'll take his knight first. And I think I'm happy with that. He also has back rank issues. His king has no squares on the back rank. And so if he makes a mistake here, he could get checkmated instantly. It's just a simple back rank checkmate. Really like having my rook here on the 7th rank. I don't think he should have allowed that. I think that might have been a mistake by him. All right, so he is probably threatening to go back. But we'll go with the plan, and we will double the rooks on the c file. And now if he attacks our rook, I think actually I think this move is I think this knight jump is a good move because it technically hits my rook and it hits my pawn. So in that position, I might have to give something up. So what about the back rank? Do I have anything on the back rank here? Here, if he takes, if I go rook c8, if I go rook c8, am I actually threatening anything at all? You know what? Since he's giving me a turn to do it, I'll drop back and stop the movement of his knight here. Right. And so I'm happy with this because my knight covers that square now. Takes. And now we're up a pawn, and that's a very important pawn because after winning that, our b pawn will be uncontested. Okay, this is all right. I think I just kicked him out here. And if he ever moves his rook, we'll snag the f7 pawn here next to his king. All right, so this is now winning. This is good for us. Do we go forward again? No, we don't want to attack his knight here because the knight's going to give a check. So let's go right here, win the pawn. All right, we're up a pawn now, which is huge. Let's drop. We need to put our knight. And we also need to move faster. So let's go here. Is he going to pin? Yeah, he chooses to pin. All right. Let's go here. I think he'll try to fork. Okay, let's go here. Attack the knight. We're going to make another pass pawn. Hopefully. Go here. Bring the king up. Is he going to try to give a check? Or what is he going to do? All right. So he has 18 seconds. I'm just going to flag him. All right, let's go here. Let's go back. Yeah, he's trying to flag me, but he's too slow because I have pre-moves and he doesn't. So 7 seconds. That's fine. I'll just do some pre-moves. Yep. All right. Our opponent played that well. Definitely wasn't an easy win, but also I played into a bad position to the opening. I wasn't expecting him to take full advantage of my mistake, but you know, I guess he's strong. All right, let's go with knight c6. Well, let's try the Nimzovich. Try to get like a kingside attack going. I really want him to try to take the full center here because it'll give me the chance to demonstrate, hopefully, a kingside attack. All right, this is nice. So, So I go d6 here first, and my goal is to play e5, have him push in. Right, so he could go there. But I'm going to break his pin. And so if he takes, I take, that's all right with me. Okay, move the knight. He takes. We could go queen takes and castle queenside. That's interesting to me. Am I worried about this f4 move? No, I'm not really worried about it. I could go back. Let's capture with the queen and castle queenside. Yeah, all right. I think we'll take here. And let's castle queenside here. Castle queenside, I just realized, drops a pawn, but I don't mind this position now. Is he trying to jump forward? Am I worried about him jumping forward? No, not really. Okay, so this is opposite sides castling, so we're going to try to push all these pawns down the board and try to checkmate him on the king side here. So to start with, knight h6, preparing f5. After takes, we'll put our knight onto this beautiful f5 square here. All right, let's push. Let's push. Let's hope he takes, and after knight takes, that's good for us. All right, so he takes with the bishop. I will take with the pawn first, hitting the queen. And so I think he'll try to recapture with the knight first. Right? And I take, and he has this knight jump into the middle here, which is a little annoying, but it's not a fork. It just hits the queen, and I'll be forced to move the queen, but that's okay because my goal here is to open up. All right, so he doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for that either. I really need to find a nice square for this bishop. My bishop here is the worst piece in my position. It's not doing anything useful. So I think I'll put it right here. And just the job of this bishop is to defend against the incoming knight. All right, let's put our rooks onto the open file. Staring down this pawn. Oh, whoops. All right, I blundered. Wow, okay. That was a bad mistake. All right, so I played a little bit too quickly here, but let's try to recover. Takes here. Let's go here. See if he goes en passant. If he goes en passant, I'll capture and try to get a queen trade and win the endgame. Although that's not like it's not a very pleasant endgame to go for, if I'm being real. So let's go. Do I take? Do I push? Yeah, I think I go up here. Right, and then I think I swing around this way, hit the queen. Wow. Okay. Let's take this. So after knight takes, rook takes, where does he? All right. He also makes a mistake here because at the end of this line, he loses. Oh wait, no, it's not a mistake actually. It's actually totally winning for him. All right, so we'll have to play this endgame down. I think an exchange or oh well, we're down more than an exchange, but let's see what we can do with this knight, the pawn here, and an active king. I think we could do quite a bit of damage actually, because we're gonna win some pawns. Let's take here. Rook defends the pawn. He's going to. Is he really trying to make a? Is he really trying to make another queen there? All right, let's push. Or, all right, what I have to do is I have to stop the pawn. So let's move our king back, threatening to win the pawn. Right. Now what I want is king back. We need to stop the pawn. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. All right, that was all right, let's see if we can go here. All right. Rough game. I blundered that pawn over there on a7, which was that was not a good blunder. Yeah, all right, let's keep going. Let's keep going and let's try the Caro-Kann this game. Go with the c6 d5. He plays the exchange variation. I think Gotham, why does he put his bishop there? That's not a good move. All right, let's go here. Threatening e5, e4. And now I'm threatening a fork here. And let's see if we can get something done. Defending the pawn. We don't want him to take and take. All right. Queen there. takes. All right, let's try gambiting. We're going to maybe give up this e5 pawn and try to develop quickly and win some compensation for that pawn. So we're going to be down a pawn, but if he doesn't play this carefully enough, we'll have some compensation for the pawn. And I'll take back. If I take back this way, I think I'll take back this way. Force this bishop to make another move. All right. And now I think we have queen here, and if he castles, then we can take on h2. I have rook e8, threatening a discovered attack on the queen. Rook e8, where does he if I go rook e8, does he castle here and just not care about the discovery on the queen? If I have, and also, where does my knight belong? Does my knight belong here and on f4? Do I want knight f4? Do I want knight f4? Yeah, I think let's move the knight here. Let's move the knight here first. And if he trades his light squared bishop here, that's okay with me. I would be happy with him trading the light squared bishop, opening my rook, and wasting another turn, not castling. All right, so he castles, but that gives me, I thought that gives me knight f4 though. Don't I just have knight f4 in this position? Knight f4, I fork his queen and bishop. I also have queen h4 here, threatening checkmate. Yeah, let's go. I also have, okay, so I have rook e8, I have queen c7, threatening h2. I have knight f4. So I have a lot of good things going on in this position. I'm not too mad at it. So the question is, do I fork first? Do I move the rook here to the... Do I fork? Do I give the fork here first? Do I go rook e8, hit the queen first? Do I go queen h4 here, threatening for checkmate first? Or do I go queen c7 here, threatening the pawn on h2? I think I'm going to start with the maiden 1 threat. All right. Let's start with maiden 1. So he has to defend h2 here. And how does he defend h2? It's not clear to me. None of his pieces are doing anything useful here. If he goes g3, I would be thrilled to see that move. I would be very happy to see that. Because h3 weakens his entire king side here. And after g3 here, how do we finish him off? After g3 here, my goal would be probably to get a bishop here and checkmate him, or at least try to checkmate him here on g2. All right. So after g3, what do I want to do now? g3, I want... g3, what about just king? What about queen f4 here? How does he stop queen f4 and checkmate on f2? Or I could jump the knight in. Do I jump the knight in? Do I move that? Is there anything I could do to stop him from going queen f3? Yeah, actually there is. Let's go queen here, threaten checkmate on h2. His only move, I think, is to go right. He goes there. But that really makes his king a lot weaker. I could go queen back and threaten that. Or I could go queen d4, threatening the bishop capture on g3. I think I'll go this way. Tickle the h3 pawn. Tickle the h3 pawn, preserving the idea of bishop takes. So I think we'll play bishop takes. Some combination of bishop takes, rook e8, and yeah, okay. So this position, everything in here is looking pretty good for me. Okay, I could also sacrifice the knight. Do I sacrifice the knight? Takes, takes, takes. How does he stop the checkmate? How does he stop the checkmate on h2? Oh, right. He could just push the pawn. All right. So let's not go too crazy here. Let's just get the bishop in. Let's get the bishop in. Let's get the rook in here. Do I have rook e8? No, I don't have rook e8. Let's not go crazy. I would love to have rook e8 here, but I don't. And I also really want to sacrifice. I really want to go for the piece sacrifice also. But I could also slow play it and just start pushing my pawns. I mean, his pieces are so underdeveloped here. I could also jump the knight. Jump the knight. Takes, takes. All right, you know what? Let's pull the bishop back and threaten. Let's pull the bishop back and threaten rook e8. And the bishop also feels pretty good on d7 because it's still covering the h3. It's still covering the h3 square here, which is helpful. And he now has to address the threat of rook e8. So how does he deal with rook e8? Because he can't penetrate down the e file. It's not clear to me what he's going to do. And also, none of his pieces here are doing anything useful either. So, right. He goes there. I could fork him. Or I could take. Let's just go right here. Threatening to take his rook. And after rook takes, we'll have this back rank threat always. All right, he goes rook back. But I think he should. I'm just trying to crack his defense right now. So takes, takes, takes. just trying to find a way to land that finishing blow. Let's move our knight back in, forking the queen and bishop. Maybe I'll go knight here. Maybe I'll go bishop up. Knight g4. So there's a weak g4 square, there's a weak f3 square. A lot of weak squares, weak light squares in my opponent's position. And a part of that is because he has. Oh, we could even take the light squared bishop here. We could potentially take the light squared bishop, or we could go here. If I take the light squared bishop, what happens? It's not a bad move, but I think I'll opt for this one instead. Hit the rook one more time. Also, does he have? Okay, he doesn't. All right. We almost got him. We're so close here. We're so close to finishing this guy off. We have bishop here. I could give a check also. How's the check? Is the check any good? Let's go here first. Let's go here first. All right, now we could go here. And if he goes here, we'll take. All right, let's move the bishop over, which will give him a turn. And my point is, I want to pin the pawn so I can eventually try to crack him on g3. I think is going to be the plan. So now I'm probably going to take the light square bishop and scooch my queen over. Or I'll try. Wow, I only have 30 seconds also. Oh, or I could just move my bishop back and yeah, I could move my bishop back and threaten the fork. Yeah, I could do that also. Yeah, I think I'll go back and threaten the fork. Oh, he doesn't. Okay. All right, it's fine. We need to move a little faster here. I'm not thrilled about having to trade off that light square bishop, but yeah, I'm not thrilled about this trade. But we have to move a little. We have to move a lot faster. Yeah. Here, yeah, that's unfortunate. We lose that. We lose that, and we're losing quite a lot, actually. Oh, okay. He wins. He wins on time. All right. Let's queue up again. Let's play the Carol. Let's bring the bishop out. Let's tickle the rook. Oh, okay. So he just loses the rook here. Okay, that's good. Takes. We'll go e6 here. We have this check also. If we could trade queens with him, we should do that. Do we push? I think we push. Try to open the H file. And jump the knight in. He might go bishop takes, that's fine. Which he doesn't do that though. So we'll go here instead. Hit the queen, hit the pawn, hit the bishop. Let's just take that. And we have this fork here. All right. Quick game. Let's go another one. Let's see. All right, let's try knight f3. Let's try knight f3. Knight f3. Do I have d4 or do I have e4 here? Yeah, knight f3, I thought d4, and then after d5, we'll go c4, and we'll be in a good version of the Queen's Gambit, was what I thought. Okay, let's chase the knight. Kick the knight out of the center. So he'll have to either go back or go to one of these edge squares. Okay. Let's make sure our pawn's defended. We're not worried about the fork here. All right. He probably wants to put his bishop over there. Although in this position, I think I'm winning the... Yeah, this is already lost. So check and I win the knight because his knight usually in this position has to go back to c6, but he doesn't. So, okay, that's a quick 5 mover. All right, let's keep trying this knight f3 idea. Knight f3 because, right, they don't have e5. They don't have e5 and, yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing here. All right, so I think he might try to put his bishop out and give a checkmate like that. So, oh, he doesn't. All right. Well, if that's the case, then we'll put our bishop out. Yeah, and then we just castle, and we'll push. We'll castle a push, maybe try to put the bishop on b2. Okay. All right, do we take the bishop or do we move the queen? Let's move the queen. I like the idea of moving the queen here. Later on, I can play f4, queen, h4. Let's go here. Let's see if we can check the bishop out. Okay, not sure what he's trying to do there. We will check the bishop like that. Okay, get our bishop out. And now I think we will maybe push d4. We'll maybe push d4. Either way, I want to get the knight over to the king side, so I can get an attack going. Our pieces are pointed very nicely at the king side over here. Oh, wow. What does he want here? I could just trade the knight with him. I could just play knight out and trade with him. Yeah. Let's go knight out. And if he trades into me, that's good for us. It's good for us because he gets rid of my problem knight that was not doing anything. Hey, Max. He gets rid of our problem knight that's standing here on c3. Well, not standing here on c3. He was on b1 before. He wasn't doing anything. So if our opponent here takes our knight and puts our bishop out, I would be happy with that. All right. I think now we're ready to play f4. Or he's also potentially moving. He's also potentially moving the queen. He's potentially threatening this move. So I'm gonna go back. Or I'll rotate my knight over, actually. So I'll dodge the trade, hit the queen, bring the knight over, help with the defense, and also help with the offense. What's your Christian name? So, okay, now bishop f3 or bishop h3, I always have this knight defense. I can jump back and defend with the knight. But also, I will go here and threaten the check on the square, opening up the attack on the queen. And just the bishop here. All right, but I think that's okay for me. I think this is all right. Takes. Well, man, I would love my knight to. I would love if my knight was able to give a fork here, but it's not able to at this moment. So I have to find something else. Let's go knight here, and we can trade. I'm happy to trade in this position because I'm up a pawn. His structure is weak. So now if he takes, we take, threatening the queen. And if he takes this way, I'll just swing my knight back. I'll swing my knight back and just be happy with that position. Also, we're always threatening this c4, c5 idea, trapping the bishop here in the corner. I just realized I had that. So And we're also potentially jumping in here, hitting the rook, which is not happening right now, but could potentially happen. All right, I actually think I'm liking this position. Okay, right. So he goes there, I go there. He has to take the bishop first. And in this position, I take his bishop, but also I threaten the fork, right? I could fork him. I could fork him and make him waste another move. Can I fork him and make him waste another move? Because the thing is, I'm kind of not happy about doubling the pawns over there, but it's okay. I think, yeah, I'm kind of not happy about having to double the pawns over there, but I'll go here, and I'll try to take advantage of the open file here. Open file, we might create a attack with the bishop. We might, oh boy. He lets me damage his pawn structure, but I don't know if I want to take just yet because Archbishop's really good. Archbishop's fantastic. And I don't know if I'm ready to give up the bishop for the knight yet. All right, let's threaten a queen trade. If we queen trade here, then I'll be more than happy to take the knight. Because without the queens on the board, with only the rooks on the board, it's a totally different story because I'll push the pawn up. And long term, he can't defend both. I don't think he defends both the backwards. I don't think he defends both this doubled pawn over here and his future double pawn on f6. Yeah, all right. He chooses not to trade. Do I push in? Do I? And here, I have this move here, threatening to take twice, to take the knight and also take the pawn, right? And everything in our position is defended, except this backward pawn here is not defended. Although we might be willing to give up the backward pawn in the right circumstance. All right, do I just take in or do I win a pawn first? I could win a pawn. Yeah, let's do it. Let's win some pawns first. Threatening also, yep. Okay. Okay, so this is great for us because he doesn't have the rook infiltration either. He doesn't have the infiltration on the B file, so that's huge, right? He very critically, he does not have this infiltration because we just go back and take it. Otherwise, he would have been able to generate some counterplay here down the second rank, hitting my pawns in the second rank, but he's not able to do that. So now we're up a bunch, and we are very happy. Let's go here, threatening mate in one, and also the queen trade. So if he takes, I take, and he takes the pawn here, that's okay. We're up a lot of material. And we're happy to give this pawn in order to simplify the position down. Yeah, all right, and we just get mate in one. Nice. All right, let's keep going. Let's go knight f3. All right, d5. Let's try here. Let's try the Queen's Gambit declined. Oh, interesting. So he plays like that. All right, let's try. Let's try here and try to take on d4. Yeah, so we take on d4 here because I remember there was a concept where when you take on d5, if he takes the light square bishop, then we trade knight for bishop, and he has weak light squares. He can't take with the queen, and if he takes the pawn, then this pawn here holds back his light square bishop until he can play, at least until he's able to play c5 here. So I think I have to try to stop c5. If I were him, that's what I would be playing for. But what should I be playing for here? Do I attack down a c file? Do I just develop my pieces? I think let's just develop our pieces for now. I wonder if he'll play c5 here. Or I wonder if he'll play c5 at some point, at any point. All right, let's go e3. All right, we park the bishop right here. Staring at h7, protecting the e4 square. Castles. And now I think he really should play for c5 in this position. Oh, okay. He doesn't play for c5 at all. I could let him take. Here. After takes. How bad is takes? Am I actually upset by that? No. I actually don't care about this because what I'll do is I'll set up a battery here and try to harass him on the h7 square. And if he takes and I take, then what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to plant my knight right here in the middle of the board, supported by both of the pawns. And in that position, he doesn't right. So let's go here, threatening mate in 1. Does he defend the mate in 1 here? No, he doesn't defend the mate in 1. All right, so that's a quick game. If he took here, I would have taken and planted the knight over here and try to attack with the queen. And same idea, queen and bishop. Work together as a team, try to deliver checkmate on the h7 square. And then long term, I really thought he should have played for c5 here, potentially activating the bishop. But also, even if he plays c5, I'm not obligated to take him. If he goes c5, I probably wouldn't have taken him. I probably would have let him take me. And after takes back, the bishop would still be stuck on the same square. All right, let's go ahead. All right, game aborted. Let's go c6 d5. I think is our plan. Yeah, let's go c6 d5. Let's play the Caro-Kann. At some point, I'm going to work through the Gotham Chess Caro-Kann course and just try to play this opening. Try to play this opening a lot on the ladder. Caro-Kann is really It's been very reliable for me. The plans, most of them are right. I draw back here, I think. Yeah. After takes. And well, I think do I have f6 here? I really want to play f6 because after takes, I have the full center. His bishop has to go back, and I don't think he has what it takes to punish me in that position. I really don't. Right? Because the weakness is this pawn. Right. I have two weak pawns. I have a weak pawn on for sure I have a weak pawn on g6 and e6, but I don't think he has the firepower to punish me for it. And I think what I'll do is play the bishop here. And what I want here is to castle queenside, or I could keep the king in the center. Keeping the queen in the center, keeping the king in the center is sometimes good also. But let's go here first. And after takes, I defend my weakness on e6. I put my queen on a nice square. He doesn't have queen b3, not yet. And I think I'll be in time to defend all the weaknesses. Basically, is what I think. All right, threatening the g6 pawn as we expected, but now we're in time with our. We're in time to defend everything. Defending g6. And is he trying to castle queenside also? Do I castle queenside here? What is my plan? Let's figure it out. So his knight can't. His knight has no squares here. He might play for c5. Am I ever worried about c5? Yeah, I suppose I'm like somewhat worried about it. Let's go knight here, maybe drop back and just defend everything. Keep all our pawns together. And I think the queenside castle here, I think is decent, yeah. And I like my position. I think this is I have full control of the center. I have all my pawns together. I have an open rook. And so now I go for the central expansion. Threatening the fork. Takes. I still threaten the fork. And if he moves his knight, well, first of all, where is he going to move his knight, right? His knight doesn't have many good squares to go to here. And he ignores the fork. And so I think I just fork him right here. I fork him. I have this check. His knight doesn't have many good squares to go to. His queen also doesn't have any good squares to go to. Yeah, I'm not, I'm pretty happy about this. Yep. Uh-huh. I could even jump my knight forward and hit him again. Hit his queen again. Do I do that? Do I hit his queen one more time? I could jump forward, hit his queen one more time, right? Where does his queen go? That's unclear. I could just take. And long term, I need to get my knight onto a good spot also. Yeah, let's hit him one more time. Why not? Bring the knight in. Hit him one more time. He has to move his queen. Let's just hit him one more time and see what happens. Maybe because maybe he moves back, right? Maybe he allows checks on that diagonal, or maybe he goes over there, right? Let's take. Takes. All right. We have to be careful not to blunder the knight. But otherwise, we're just up a piece. Okay, that's huge. We could. We could swing our knight around. I would love to trade queens. That would be good for me. Let's swing the knight around. If he gives a check, we'll block. Check, we block. Yeah, check, we just block here. Can't take. And let's try to get rid of that queen. Try to get rid of his queen. Okay. We could hit him one more time by going here. By going... Okay, rook h5, where does his queen go? Rook h5, his queen goes... Yeah, let's go rook h5. His queen doesn't have many good squares to go to. Yeah, all right, so he goes there. I could go... I could take. I play knight takes. Hit him again. Hit him one more time. All right. Now we get the queen trade, and let's trade with him here. I want to trade with him. We get the queen trade. Let's go here. We need to make sure we have the H file secured. So this will also make him trade rooks. Or unless he traps my knight. Unless he traps my knight here. Yeah. Oh, man. We make a... All right, so we make a mistake. We get our knight trapped. Although I can defend. Right, I could defend. All right, luckily we're able to defend. Otherwise, that would have been... There would have been a problem there. And if he pushes now, what do I do? Do I swing my rook? If he pushes the pawn, I think I try to swing my rook over, give a check, takes. Oh, I know. I can go here. So now if he pushes, I'll take that pawn. Okay. Good. So at least we'll keep him busy for a little bit. And now I have to prevent the infiltration. Let's make sure... It's really important that he doesn't get his rook in here. If he wants to trade the knight, that's okay with me. And now we also have a rook trade here. But it was more important to not let him give that check. That check would have That check would have been very unpleasant. All right. So here, we could keep pushing our pawn. Let's push our pawn and we could push our pawn. We could get our knight. Let's get our knight into the game. Oh boy. Okay. I make a mistake there. That's not good. Let's go back. Let's go back, kick his knight out. All right, let's go back. Yeah, this is terrible. We walked into a bunch of checks, which is unfortunate. Let's go here. I would rather play actively. If he takes the pawn, I'll move over. If he goes here, well, yeah, I would rather this and get like a good king position. He wins the rook, or he doesn't win the rook, but he wins an exchange. But I would so much rather have an active king here than try to hang on to all the material. Trying to hang on to all the material stubbornly usually just gets you into more trouble later down the line. So can we, how much can we take here? How much can we get here for the, let's go this way. And if rook takes, we will take that. Otherwise, yeah. So we can at least have a few pawns in exchange. Let's go here. Luckily, he still doesn't have an infiltration. Everything here is covered. We're threatening the pawn. Let's go here. Threaten the pawn. We'll try to jump our knight over. I wonder if he'll try to defend. Yeah, okay. Let's go there. All right, threaten the pawn. Also threaten the fork. Yeah, okay. That's a fork, yeah. Although, what do we do here? What do we do first? Take. Takes. Let's just take. Takes. Check, and then I think we have another fork. Yeah, all right, that's good. We also have 11 seconds left. All right, so we need to be quick. Okay. All right. We lose on time here. All right. The knight trap was a mistake. So we lost because of the trapped knight. All right, let's keep going. Knight in, d4. Let's go c4. Let's go knight up. Should I have taken there? Yeah, I think I should have taken, actually. Okay. Let's go bishop out. Let's go pawn up. Bishop d3, queen c2, queen d3, bishop d2, bishop c2. Do I push? I could push. Pushing is interesting to me here. Because with the addition of a6, let's try pushing. Let's try pushing. I don't know, something about a6 here just makes me want to, yeah. It makes me want to push. Because now I have this queen a4 idea hitting the knight. Right. He takes, I take. All right, that's fine. And if he pushes, then I actually, okay. So he goes there, but I thought I had I don't think he has enough defense here to hold everything together. Does he have enough defense here? Does he really, can he really hold everything together here? That's what I'm interested in. Can he hold everything together? Oh, what am I doing? Yeah. Cool. Cool. Let's go here. I could push. I could. All right. So if we're gonna lose something, let's lose. What should we lose? Let's save the queen. Oh wait, we didn't even save the queen. Okay. Okay, that was a bad game. Run to the restroom. Come right back. All right. Rough game, but that's okay. We haven't been grinding chess for a while, so I have to take some time to get my touch back. And it'll take a little bit of practice to get back to where I was. But that's okay. I'm confident that I will keep steamrolling these guys. Let's playing a little bit more instinctually. Wow, that move is not a great one. Just queen here, right? Queen here, hit the knight. Can he really go? What is wrong with that bishop move? There's something wrong with it. There's something wrong with this bishop move. I don't know what it is, but there's something not right about that. Is he trying to go queen here and castle? All right. You know what? Let's just let's go forward. Two bishop moves. Let's break the center. Takes. Let's break that. And now this is looking a little suspicious here because the pawn push is incoming. He can't take because it's protected twice. And if he moves back, I fork him. Right? I'm pretty sure. So how does he get out of this situation? Does he go queen e2 here to try to trick me somehow? I think our opponent's realizing the issue also. I don't know what he'll do to try to get out of it. Maybe here. If I were him, I would try to go here. Bishop f4. Bishop f4. Okay, so he does go for that. But I think I just win the bishop here, right? I don't care about any of the discovered checks. Yeah, that's it. He has nothing left. Takes. I take with the rook. And what do you have? He doesn't have, right. So now I have to just be cautious of the counterplay that's about to happen. Although, is there actually any counterplay that's happening here? I need to watch out for the discovered attack. Although maybe I'll just take him first. I could be the first to take. I could be the first to take, put his rook up. He'll put his rook up. Let's take. He's going to have rook there, but I don't think he has enough to crack me. I don't think he has like quite enough compensation. here or there. Queen here, queen here. Queen b6 or queen a5? Queen b6 or queen a5? Queen b6 or queen a5? Let's go queen a5. Control the 5th rank, I guess. Stop knight a4, maybe. Does he want knight f3 here? Does he want knight f3? Or, yeah, he wants knight f3, of course. And what do we want? We want to trade. We just want to get as many pieces off the board as we can. Just try to get rid of all the pieces and have a winning endgame. He never has. Right, that's a mistake. That's a check. I thought he might have wanted to try. I thought he might have wanted to try knight g5, hit the bishop twice with the knight and the queen, but that doesn't work. So he has to burn a move. There, and now I trade. Hey, Relentless, welcome back. We are. Let's go. We gotta go. We gotta go here. I have to do something with the rook here. I can't leave the rook on f8. Yep. Okay. This goes here, and now we're penetrating into his position. I think we'll go. Yeah. Okay, let's get out of the pin. I would love to give him a back rank mate, some kind of back rank mate here. Okay, what does he want? Let's go here and here. That would be and threatening the back rank mate. All right, doesn't fall for it. Do I like rook d4 here, hitting the queen? No, I don't like. Well, do I like rook d4? Do I like putting all my pieces in? I would love to give a check where the queen is now. Let's just take that. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We just go in. Okay, he voluntarily moves the knight out, so maybe he's trying to go here. Do I just start jumping the knight in? Am I ready to jump the knight in? I have to make sure I don't get back rank mated also. Let's make a square. It's always good to make a square here. All right. He wants to take that. I could potentially jump in and not let him take. Or I could just, I could also pull back and bishop Or yeah, wait, no, what am I doing? I'm totally overthinking this. I should just go here. Is what I would normally play, but on stream, sometimes I overthink the positions. I'm like worried about this. When I'm really grinding, I play all of these moves just like instantly. I wouldn't even care about the pawn. What's going on? So let's go. Let's go here now. Trying to take. No back rank. Just make sure there's no back rank. So now we have check. We even have we also have rook takes pawn. I think I'll probably go rook takes. I think I just trade everything in, right? Do I just trade everything? So rook takes, queen take. So the attacker. Rook takes. Hold on. Rook takes, queen takes, bishop takes. That's actually good enough for me to win. Yeah, I can just trade everything here. That's fine. I'm happy to go into this. That's good enough. Yeah. Up a piece. That's good enough. Let's go here. All right, check when that. Threatening this check, that check, we'll clean everything. Yeah, that's good. It's good enough. Let's jump back. Jump back. Win that pawn. Win that pawn. Should we go forward? Should we go back? Let's go back here just to waste some more of his time. Protect the pawn. Make him walk all the way down. And while he walks down, I will scoop up his pawns. Gonna get rid of all his passed pawns. Yeah. It's fine. Give a check here. Just clean everything up. Take that. Oh, he traps the knight. Interesting. I didn't expect him to trap the knight. Okay. Cool. That's still good enough for me. I have to be careful about that pawn, but this should still be good enough. Takes. We'll just walk down. We'll walk this one down. Keep walking it down. Okay, push this. Get the pawn into the range of the knight. Okay. Here. Let's go here. G4, kick the knight. G4, kick the knight. And we should be way ahead here. His knight can't stop the passed pawns. At least not in time. Keep pushing. Keep pushing this. And that's game. Let's go here. Oh no, I stalemated him. Okay. Wow, I am playing so sloppily today. Okay. It's d4. Let's go knight f6. Let's do this move. Break the pin. So he wants to trade dark squared bishops with me. That's fine. Doesn't he lose a pawn here? And also, do I even care about winning that pawn? No, I would never. I would not worry about winning that pawn. That pawn is not useful. Much rather have the open F file. I really want to take and play queen out, queen h4. But also, let's hit this. Let's hit the pawn. And I also want to sacrifice the rook here. Let's take, and what do we take with? And I really want to sacrifice the rook in this position. I really feel like it's the right move. Let's do it. Let's sacrifice the rook. Because we get this. And we get to hit him. We get to hit him on a d4 file. Okay, maybe that was like a... Maybe that was not the best sacrifice also. Let's drop back. Yeah, actually, I think that wasn't a good sacrifice. But we'll try. We'll try to make something happen. Let's get the knight onto a good spot. Stopping the pawn. We'll probably put our knight over here at some point and try to b6. Okay. Let's go here. So our knight's in a pretty good spot. I guess I'm most worried about an attack down the G file right now, which is happening, not happening. Let's prevent. We need to prevent rook G4. Rook G4 would have been a fork, so I had to disallow that. What does he want? Rook here? Rook here, I play pawn up. Okay, let's gambit another pawn. So we can be... Let's gambit another pawn so we can be fast. Oh, he gambits his bishop. But I don't think he has checkmate here. He doesn't have checkmate. Let's take. I'm going to allow that. And if I go here, he gives a check. I think what I want is I want to run towards the center here. Feels a little safer. And I don't think he has enough to finish me off. How does he finish me off? It's not clear. Right? He has that move. Oh, wait. Did I run to the wrong spot? Yeah, I totally ran to the wrong square. That's checkmate. Okay. Does he miss checkmate early? Is he missing mate and one here on G7? All right, I'm just gonna resign and start a new game. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. D4. Let's go knight f6. Just play the same line. It's castle. We probably go c4. Okay. I think we go c4 here. I mean c5, not c4. Yeah, that loses a rook. Or it loses an exchange, technically, not a rook. Or it loses both a knight and a rook. All right, take that. Probably just queen here. I have to watch out for checkmates down here. That's the counterplay. Take away the castle. Let's go here. Knight out. He might try to go queen. Yeah. All right. We'll bring our queen over. Plan is to jump the knight and try to do some damage on h2. Try to give a checkmate. Okay. Let's stop knight g5. All right, I'll take that. Let's push. Get our bishop onto b7. Bishop b7. Here, hit the bishop, hit the pawn. Hit the bishop, hit the pawn. Kick his knight out. Cool. Let's go here. Let's take that. Bring the rook, hit the pawn. Let's go here, hit the pawn. Okay, go here, here. Rook c8, get the rooks down to the second rank and start giving checks. All right, resignation. All right, I really want to get to 1400 on the stream. Let's lock in and do our best. Try to make 1400. Queen's Gambit invitation. Yeah, I'm happy to play the Queen's Gambit. E6 in the King's Indian. Let's go knight here. Let's push. And let's try to get like a nice big center. Kick his bishop out. Yeah, I'm liking this position. This is pretty good, guys. I'll be able to kick his knight out soon, and I'll make a battery right here. Right. That's what I'm saying. So how does he has to go knight back. And then how does he defend the battery here? Okay, that's reasonable. Oh, wait. I mouse slipped that. I did not intend to. All right. That's okay, though. We'll just keep it settle for keeping his knight busy on that square. The knight has to defend the checkmate. Yeah. Then we'll go here. And I have to watch out and not let him play e5 here for no reason, if I can help it. Let's take and win a pawn. And now we fear our bishop. We let our bishop in. Or we could even play bishop here first, hitting the queen. His bishop here is really awful. It's not doing anything useful at all. Let's go. Do I go bishop here? Yeah, let's go. Let's go bishop there. Let's go bishop h6, hit the rook. Oh boy. Let's go bishop h6, hit the rook. Let's go. I have a discovered attack. Do I jump my knight? What do I do? All right. I could move the knight. I could push the pawn. If I move my knight and he goes, so if I jump my knight here, if I go knight h4, he goes rook. Knight h4. Knight h4, what does he do? Does he go... Does he really go rook h5 there? Hey, Reese. How's it going? Knight h4, does he really... I think I just go here. Right? Knight h4. Does he really go rook h5? Does he really go rook h5 and attack the bishop? Do I like my queen on g4? Yeah, I'm always threatening. My queen on g4 is always threatening to checkmate on g7. So I think I like my queen on h4. I just have to be careful not to blunder something. My tactical vision has not been at its best today. Okay, so I thought I just had... I thought I had this move here, just pinning everything. And in response to that move, take. I think I just swing around. Right. I just swing around. I keep the pin. I move out of the way. I'm skewering the rook and the queen together on a single line here. And if he moves the rook, I take the queen. And he's out of attacks on the queen. He doesn't have anywhere he could go, I think, to attack attack my queen. Do I have to worry about checks down to e5? I might have to worry about that, but I think he's in bigger trouble than I am in this position. Wow, okay, 4 viewers. That's good. 4 viewers. That's excellent. Yeah. I thought I just take. I take the rook. Or I take the queen. I could take queen and have my knight over there. Or I could take... Or I can move my queen in. Yeah, you know what? Let's keep up the pressure. Still, let's continue threatening taking his queen. And so if he goes queen there, I will take the rook. I'll take. We'll just take everything on. Nice. Okay, this is a good sign. It means he's giving up mentally, just throwing away a random piece. That's great. All right, and in this position, I can take the pawn, but I think I'll just keep it very simple. I just take everything, a castle, And life is good. We're up a full rook, I think. All right, let's go here. Try to get on the diagonal. Let's go here. Hit the weakness. Hit the weakness. Let's go here. Work on the open file. Threatening to come down. Threatening push, threatening check, threatening jumping the knight in. Okay, get the rook in. Hit the bishop, hit the pawn. Life's good in this position. All right, let's go here. Hit the bishop. Don't let him destroy the pawn structure. All right. Do we just trade? Do we have anything better than just trading? Probably not. Probably I just take it. Oh, wow. He doesn't even. Let's go here. Clean everything up. Get our second rook in and give a mate. Take. Try to give a checkmate on g7, h7. Cool. Get the second rook in. Let's go here. Hit the knight. I have to be careful not to blunder back rank mate. I think I'll probably go. Yeah, he's trying to back rank mate. Let's make a space for the king. Yeah, we just have to make sure we don't get mated there. And now we're threatening our own checkmate. Work on the 7th rank, cuts off all the escape squares of the king. And the rook coming to the 8th rank, I'll give the check. Nice. Resignation. Sweet. All right, let's continue. Let's keep going knight f3 since that's going well. Knight f3, d4. Knight f3, d4, d5. Yeah, what is he? What is this? I don't know. All right, let's go c4 knight. Let's go c4 queen b3. c4 queen b3. I like c4 queen b3. And I capture this way. Open. I have the open G file. Open G file, and how do I want to arrange my pieces here is the question. Let's go. Do I go knight out? Do I go pawn? Let's play this like the old style Queen's Gambit. Maybe he defends here. Well, actually, that's totally... I forgot I don't have Queen F3. The problem is I don't have Queen F3. So that classic Queen F3 trap of hitting the rook, doesn't actually, or does it not work? Let's see if it works or not. Let's see if it works or not, actually. This is kind of a weird position, but I'm not too mad about it because I have the bishop pair. I have central squares. I have a lot of things to be happy for in this position. Won't I just go here and skewer him on this diagonal? I would love to go knight c3 here, but I can't. So I think I'll go knight d. I go. How does he defend the c pawn? Is my question. I don't think he can defend that. I don't think he can defend the pawn of c4. And if he can't defend the pawn of c4, then my knight goes to c4, and yeah, I thought my knight goes to c4 here, hitting the queen. And I have to make sure there are no checks. Where are his potential checks? Right, he goes there. I think I keep pushing forward, maybe. I keep pushing forward, I think. I think I'm winning this because at the end of this line, I probably pick off his rook. Because after pawn takes, bishop takes, how does he defend the rook, right? Okay, threatening to take. Threatening a lot of things, actually. Who's faster? Is he faster or am I faster? Takes? I have bishop takes. I have bishop takes in this position. I think I should go for it. Because he does not have pawn takes, because pawn takes, bishop takes, and he doesn't have knight takes. I thought this was checkmate. Oh wait, no, it's not checkmate. It's actually not checkmate. It's very close though. Very close to being checkmate. Very. So let's go queen. Let's go queen here. Queen d6. Queen d6. How do you defend the knight? Go rook. Does he really go? Does he really go rook c8 here? Does he really go rook c8? Rook c8. Yeah, he goes rook c8. Okay, almost finished him off. Do I push the pawn? Do I? I would love to queenside castle right now, except I can't queenside castle. I would also love to. Oh, maybe I have. Well, okay, what does he want next? So can he ever go there? Yes, he could. E6 is coming. E6 is coming. Do I go knight? Do I go knight e5 after knight takes, pawn takes? After knight takes, pawn takes, where does he move his queen? Knight takes, pawn takes, check. Do I like knight? how do I continue? Okay, I think it's knight takes, pawn takes. Knight takes, pawn takes. Where does he move the queen, right? Knight takes, pawn takes, and I have a check here. And I think that check should almost, I should be pretty close to finishing him off. Knight takes, pawn takes. Right. I knew he wanted to go there, but knight takes, rook takes, queen takes. Well, knight takes, actually, he takes my queen, so I can't do that. Wait, don't I just have mate in one? Yeah, this is checkmate. I think. Nice. Okay. I didn't even see that. I forgot I had checkmate on that square. I knew that square was weak, but going in, I was trying to figure out how to. I missed that tactic before going into the line. Cool. What is f6? What is the meaning of that move? Let's just go there. All right. So that's an easy win. Classic f-pawn blunder, weakening the king, allowing the checks. Damiano gambit. Is that really a gambit, or is that just checkmate in a few moves? Let's just give that check. All right, so it should be almost checkmate here. Here, cover all the checks, and I think that's checkmate, right? Oh, he has that pawn push. He has a pawn push to block, which is a little annoying. So do I preemptively stop him? No, I don't think I do. I just get this check. He has a block, but I think I just go here. And that's a double check, because it's a check with the pawn and a check with the rook. So what do you do? I mean, is he really okay here? There's no way this could be. There's no way this could be okay. Like, there's just... I have to be careful not to blunder the queen. But aside from that, it's not bad. Am I happy to trade the queens? Well, I don't really want to trade the queen. So I could give another check. Let's give another check and keep the queens on the board. He'll probably go king up. But in this position, he can't take the pawn. And if he can't take the pawn, then I'll take the rook in the corner first and threaten to check him this way. Okay, let's get this check. Okay, let's take the queen. Unless I have a checkmate here anywhere. No, let's just take the queen. All right. Easy game, 1350. Let's play a c65 Caro-Kann. Okay, put the bishop out. Bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop g6, and if he takes, I take with the h pawn. I'll probably move the bishop back here at some point. Play for c5, knight e7, knight f5. Yep. Go back, knight e5, knight e5, c5, knight e7, knight e7, knight e7, knight f5. Do I play that now or do I wait? I don't really want to allow knight b5 here. Knight b5 is... Or I could decide I'm not in a rush and I could simply... I could go here and stop the development of the other bishop. If I go knight h6, does he take with the bishop? Does he really take with the bishop? And open up his king? If he takes with the bishop, I'll take with the g pawn. Try to attack him. Try to attack him down the down a g file. Okay. I castle. Now I'm ready to push c5. Yeah, let's play c5 now. Break the center. And I think I trade. I trade here, or do I push in? I think I swing around this way. And my knight is really great on f5. If he takes, I take. And if he doesn't, if he takes this way, I take with the bishop. I think what I want to do is I want to lock up the entire center and start playing for b4. Actually, we'll lock everything up, play for b4. I think that's solid. I think that's a happy position to be in. All right, let's go for him. Let's make him take. I would love for him to take me here. I want him to take my... I want him to take my knight, or he could go there, but now I capture this way. And he still has to decide what to do with the bishop. So he could move back. He chooses to move back. And how do I continue here? I think I just try to toast him on the queen side. Push. Push. Try to go for b4, rook b8. Rook b8, b4. Trade in. Maybe queen a4. Everything is locked up here, so there's not going to be an unpleasant surprise happening in the middle of the board anytime soon. I could also push the g-pawn up the board, which is interesting. That's an interesting secondary idea, is pushing the g-pawn down the board, kicking his knight out, and maybe launching some kind of attack on the h-file. But I don't think that's the right plan here, because I need to play with the dark square bishop and the knight. I need the dark square bishop and the knight to be on good squares right now. So what is he trying to do? I don't understand what he's going for. Let's am I ready to bring the rook? Let's go here. Continue expanding. Bring the queen, bring the rook. I think I'm pretty happy about this. Okay. I swing back. Oh, I'm letting him take twice. I'm letting him take twice on g6 here. Although I don't think he has quite enough to finish me off in that position either. Yeah, I accidentally let him do that, which is definitely unintended. So he has a perpetual check now. So he might draw this, but he doesn't. Crucially, he doesn't have knight g5. And crucially, he doesn't have a dark square bishop. If he had a dark square bishop here, or if he was able to play knight g5, the position would be a lot worse. But since he doesn't, it's not as bad. I am going to keep rolling forward here. I want him to take. He takes, I take. And I think the queen side is going to be pretty juicy here. All right, am I ready to take? Well, am I ready to take? Let's go rook here and kick his queen out. Let's kick his queen out. And force him to go back. Get out of my way. And defend the weak squares. All right. So what does he have now? Hopefully nothing. Okay, let's move the... How does he continue attacking here? Because he doesn't have a pawn break immediately. Do I take? Let's go here. And then we put the bishop back. Right. Okay, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Well, yeah. We'll go here. And then swing our rook over and counterattack him on the h file. Wow. What is that move? Is he really sacrificing that piece? Does that really work? I don't think that works. There's no way that works, does it? He doesn't have an open G file, which is huge. If he had an open G file, it would be a lot worse. But he doesn't have that resource right now. So I don't see... Does he go... He can't go queen there either, right? Okay. So where's the checkmate? I don't see the checkmate. I don't think you can checkmate with just the queen. You have to bring some support in. And by the time you bring the support in, I think I'll be just in time for the defense. Let's go here. And I'm using the bishop to stop the progress of the pawn. Move the rook over to the h file. And then we'll try to counterattack. He's already down a piece, so as long as I survive here, I should be okay. Do I take? Do I take? Yeah, I think I just take. I just take that. And I really want to get rook h8 in. Really need rook h8. Okay. Where are his checks? He doesn't have a check here. He doesn't have... If I go rook h8, can he check me? No, he can't check me on rook h8. And if he moves his queen, I actually counterattack here, and I checkmate him. So rook takes, check. Still no checkmate. All right. Rook takes, yeah, rook takes, check. And crucially, he does not have a checkmate, right? I have to make sure there's no ladder mate here. There's no ladder mate, is there? If I go here, he gives me another check. How do I run to safety here? I need to escape the checks. How do I escape the checks? Do I run forward? Do I run back? I can run back. Yeah, I think I just run back, queen up, swing the rook, and then bring the knight. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's go rook up, and then if he checks me, I'll defend that way. I probably have to give up the pawn. So I don't like having to give up the pawn, but we just have to avoid getting destroyed by the two rooks here. Oh, he goes for it. He doesn't even take. Okay, I thought he would have taken that. Well, do I swing the rook? Yeah, let's move the rook over and help defend the position. It's still unpleasant because my king's technically out of squares. It doesn't have anywhere good to go. I might end up just sacrificing that knight. It should be. He's trying to check. Okay, well, I'm happy. I'm happy to get checked here. And if he goes here, right, I'm happy to trade both rooks for the queen. So the question is, takes, pawn takes, am I dead? Or if I take his pawn here, am I dead? Let's just take the pawn. I'm not dead to queen g8. I'm not dead to queen rook g8. I will go in with the queen. And now that this pawn's protected, there's nothing happening over here. Right, takes, I should take. Okay, that's good. We'll take this way. I'll just take that. Okay, there was definitely some counterplay for our opponents in that position. I don't know if I defended that completely accurately, but we came out on top. Let's queue up another game. Let's play knight f3, d5. Let's play d4. Okay, he plays this I think kettle setup. So I'll play c4 and I'll play interesting. Okay, do I take the full center? Yeah, I take the full center here. Oh, interesting. Here, and then he goes there. Is that the plan? And do I play knight c3 at some point? I think I play. Oh, wow. That is... I don't think you're supposed to... You are not supposed to put your queen on that square. That's a very dangerous place to put your queen because you get hit with the knight. And after you get hit with the knight, you're also losing the pawn here. I have the open file. I have the... Yep. I have the open file. It should... I mean, this is looking pretty juicy already. push. Wow. This is such a great position. I love this position. Okay. I think everything's winning here. What is winning the most? Is B3 technically winning the most? Or do I play? Do I push? Do I jump the knight? Do I push? What do I do? Yeah, I think everything is winning here. And then I just go here and be happy with this position. Yeah, this is a great position. This is absolutely fantastic. Let's castle. We're not in a rush here. Our pieces are on fantastic squares. Everything's looking great. So I could even play pawn there. All right, let's keep rolling in the center of the board. Stop knight here. And I could just trade him down also. Take. Yeah, this is winning. Let's take this way. I think he's going to trade queens, except I'm faster than he is. And I actually take the knight with check. So that's completely winning. Check. And I take the queen. And I'm threatening things. Do I take the rook? I mean, I would love to just give the checkmate already over there. Yeah, you know what? Let's not overthink. Let's go here. Let's go here. Can't take the knight due to the unprotected rook. Take this way. Okay, push down. Open up the defense. Takes. I mean, we're up so much material that it doesn't matter what we do here. Here. All right. Get this trade done. Nice. All right. Take the knight, the rook. Here, hit the knight. Keep the king on the back rank if we can. Okay, here. Take that. Check. Go here. Go here. Here, make a queen. Check. All right. 1369. So progressing to the 1300s. Okay, I wonder what this guy's going to play. E4. Well, I played Caro-Kann still. I really want to, at some point, learn some Sicilian lines. But Caro is reliable. It's hard to go wrong. It's hard to go too wrong with it. D4, knight f6. Oh, okay. So this is a good demonstration of like a setup that I like to play here. So I'm not worried about bishop takes bishop because I love these positions because there's so many ways you can outplay. We're not worried about bishop takes bishop because even though it doubles our pawn, the extra pawn in the center is actually helpful for pushing e5 and e4. So in this situation, we're not worried about bishop takes. As a matter of fact, we'll push c5 here. And the reason why we want to push c5 is because I think I want to play for... Yeah, I want to play for b4 here. Yeah. I'm playing for the queenside attack. I'm denying the appearance of a bishop on d3 here, which is important. Let's go here. Let's go here, and we are coming in strong on the queen side. We're blasting through, and all we have to watch out for is the pawn push down to e5. But I think we're faster. I think we'll be a lot faster. And we're never worried about the trade because the trade helps us get the queen onto a great square there on e6. So let's take. And how does he defend? If he doesn't defend that, then it's going to be a difficult position for him to continue in because I might push all the way down, get my rook in, put my bishop onto... I think my bishop, right, my bishop belongs on b7, I think. Does it belong on b7? Does it belong on b7? Is he trying to push in? I think he's trying to... Yeah, I think he is trying to push in, but my goal is just to be faster than he is now. Or I could also not care if he damages the pawn structure is an option. Let's play bishop out. And if he goes pawn down, I'll move my bishop back to prevent the fork. Okay. That's all right. What does he want to do? Does he want to go queen here and try to do something silly? Do I push? I think I go back here because I want to take and put my bishop on that diagonal. I want to get my light square bishop on. Light square bishop, yeah, all right. Okay, so I think this is looking pretty solid. Let's take this way. Good. Now we swing our light square bishop. And our light square bishop is actually doing something useful now, which is huge because usually in these positions, the light squared bishop is pretty useless and stuck behind pawns, but we actually managed to get it onto a nice, useful location, which is huge. Now what do we do? Now I think we go... I think we rotate. Or we could also go queen. We have a lot of choices, actually. I want a knight onto... I want a knight on b3, ideally, if I can get it there. How to get a knight onto b3? I think I start rotating. I start rotating here, yeah. I start rotating and I start putting the knight onto b3. Do I take and try to damage his pawn structure? Or do I just disregard my opponent's ideas here? Let's go here and figure out what his plan is. If he takes, I think I'll take his knight. I think I want to take his knight here. Yeah, I want to take the knight. Let's take the knight. Let's break the pawn chain. Does he take my bishop? Does he take my pawn or he? Well, I think he takes that way. So after takes, I think that's a reasonable position because even though he has a light squared bishop, it can no longer come into this diagonal where he can hit the h7 pawn. It's very hard for him to come onto that diagonal. And even though my pawn structure is going to be a little ugly, okay, so he drops the pawn. He drops the pawn. Okay. Things are still looking decent. So we'll go back. Now, do we swing the knight around? Do we double on the, or not double, but do we play on the b file? Do we trade everything off? Let's continue with our plan of putting a knight onto. Right. He has no more. Without the light square bishop on the diagonal here hitting h7, it's very hard for him to actually do anything meaningful. So I think I'm going to prioritize the queenside operation right now, which is putting the knight onto b3. Does he? Okay. But now I think I don't want to trade anymore. And if he captures, I think a capture with the pawn, and that pawn is a huge problem. Do I capture with the bishop or capture with the pawn? I capture with the pawn here because that pawn is threatening to promote. It's threatening touchdown. It's threatening touchdown on. Yep. So how does he defend? He brings the knight back. How do I defend? How do I progress? I think I swing the bishop around, hitting the rook in the process. I hit the rook. I bring my bishop out. Pawn's defended. I sneak in onto the second rank. Good. So he might. I think he's going to go knight d2 here, hitting the bishop. But if he hits the bishop, I take with the pawn, and then my pawn's protected. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not worried about that move. I'm totally not worried about that move at all, because I get my rook onto the second rank here. Huge. Which is huge. Yep. He takes there. And do I take the queen? Do I take the pawn? I take with the pawn. Yeah. Now everything is protected. The pawn's constantly threatening to promote. And I'm going to swing down to the... Yeah, okay. So he wants to push in, but I think it's too little too late here. Because I could also... Man, so many interesting things are about to happen. All right. Let's not worry about... I'm thinking about whether to put the bishop on f4 or not. Yeah, let's go ahead and put this. Let's go ahead and put this bishop on f4 so we can control this square in the back. And also we can park our bishop over here on h6. I think it's worth investing a move into putting the bishop here. And especially because the bishop can also tickle the queen, hit the base of the pawn chain here. And there's some combination of like this rook, swinging this rook over, bringing my queen in like that, or should almost be good enough. Let's swing around this way. Hey, DH Germany. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. We're just putting the finishing touches onto this position. Rook here, here, here. Yeah. Is he threatening anything? No. Let's go back. He is touching my rook here on a8, so I have to be somewhat cognizant of that. I have to be careful not to blunder something crazy. Oh no, he blocks my... he blocks everything. Okay, let's go here. We have complete control of the A file. We're hitting that pawn. I think we're going to push and push like that. Let's push and go over here. Man, I would love to get my... let's go here. Let's take. Man. Okay. Good defense by our opponents. What happens if I give a check there? Does he just block? Wow, he just blocks, huh? Let's go here. All right, now let's maybe swing around that way. Let's swing back. We're going to swing back and try to hit him on the other side. All right, we also only have 33 seconds, so we have to play quickly as well. A minute 30. I want to swing my bishop back and do some more damage. Here I take. I think my pawn on c4 might actually be a weakness rather than an asset. I have to try to protect it. Oh, he goes. Where does he go? He goes bishop back. Okay, I swing around. Minute left. Okay, go in this way. Yeah, Okay, let's take this way. Hit the queen. Let's go this way. Hit the rook. Let's go this way. Hit that pawn. Let's take that. Oh no, we blundered. Oh god, we blundered. Okay. Okay, so we lose that game to blunder at the end, but happens. All right. Purits, yeah, let's play the Purits. It be like that, man. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Yeah. You make player opponent for like 40 moves, you make one mistake, and that's game. But that's chess. So let's go. Let's play the 150 attack. Or so it's called. Let's go. Wow, I don't even have the right setup for the. I don't have the right setup for the 150. I think it's like that. Yeah. Okay. And then I go here. Let's see if he lets me get away with it. There. Okay. Let's go. My knight here is not on the right square. Okay, let's go here. Trade that. Okay, let's castle queen side. He's pushing down, but in these types of positions, when he pushes down, I can use my knight here as a blockade, so I'm not worried about that. Do I push my pawn forward, though, is the question. I think, yeah, I keep pushing this guy. I keep pushing this guy forward. Also, hey, what's up, Slendy? Yeah, good to see you. I wonder if he'll try to block. Okay, he tries to block. He tries to block. But I go. If I go knight back, does he take? Does he really take that pawn with the queen? No, I don't think he does. Does he really take that? Okay, right. And then we win the knight here. Also, I mean, we win. Is it worth? Is it worth winning this pawn? Is it really? Is that pawn really worth the trouble? Hmm. I think I want bishop here. I think I want to kick his knight. Put the bishop. Yeah. Okay. So what I want is I want to kick his knight, put the bishop here, and threaten to take like that. I don't really want to take twice on that because the opening of that dark square bishop is huge. And so I'm gonna send him back. Send him back to that square, and now I like taking, yeah, I like taking that way. Do I push here first? Or do I just go straight for his throw? I think I have to push here first. I have to build up the attack gradually instead of going for his throw. Because I think I need every single one of my pawns to be doing something important here instead of let's go here. Yeah. I like this a lot better. What is he trying to do? Is he still trying to push in? Do I take that way? Or do I push check? No, I don't think I push check. I think I take. But am I ready to take? Am I ready to take? Man. Okay, tough to figure out what to do in this situation. I'm pretty sure it is to take, but I don't see how I finish him off. And also, I would like to clear the second rank too. I think I have to do it this way. And try to push in like that. Because I want to clear the second rank so I can actually swing around, but also keep contact with the bishop with the g4 pawn. And if he takes like that, then he's taking away from the center. And I get to come in here with the queen and maybe do some damage. Tricky position to figure out what to do. Because you could definitely I didn't set up in the most optimal way. So okay, I think I'd take with the queen here. Right, that's looking good. So that keeps his queen tied down, defending that pawn. I preserve all my ideas. He goes there, but I think I'll go knight b1 here. And yeah, I think my plan is to go knight b1, and then right. And what I want is I want to push forward, or for my defensive setup, I want to, if he pushes forward, I think I take and push. Or if he pushes this, I think I take and push. Yeah, all right. So b3, a takes b3. I want c3 and knight a3. I think that's the plan. Is if he tries to go for my throat there. All right. Back to the main event here, which is trying to checkmate this guy. And I don't expect him to go down that easily. Not without a fight. Takes. Right. So what I think I need to do here is I need to reroute this guy also. I need to reroute this guy. Be very careful. Game's hanging by a thread right now. And I want to push. Wait, but now I thought I just pushed this way. Or if he pushes in, what do I do? If he pushes in and I push this way, am I checkmated on this diagonal? Yeah, I don't want to push like that. I think I want to push this way. So if he pushes in, so I have to beat him to the punch here. I have to go this way, yeah. He pushes, I push like that. And I'm much more comfortable weakening this white square than weakening the dark square. Because it's so much harder for him to get in. It's so much harder for him to get into the white, into the c2 square than it is to get into b2. And so now, okay, right? That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Now I need to swing my rook over, or I need to try to. Do I have anything? Yeah, I think I continue with the. I think I continue with the plan here, and then I swing my. Yeah. Do I trade? I think I trade, right? I definitely. I definitely trade that, and I go here. Takes, I take with the knight. I'm not worried about it. Push, I push. Push, push. Actually, I don't even have to. Right. What does he want? He wants check, or what? What is he? I'm faster now. No, 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 no. This is I am way faster than he is now. Takes, checkmate. All right. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. What if he pushes? Is interesting. If he pushes, what do I do? I forgot. Oh, he resigns. If he pushes there, what happens? I am curious what happens if he pushes there. Let's go to the game review. Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait. There's like something missed. Okay, that's fine. Here, 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 here. Takes, push. That there. Knight back. He wins a pawn here? How does he win a pawn? Oh, b4. I missed b4. Okay. I missed b4. Okay. Take there. That's a blunder. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that is a blunder. Takes. And what if he pushes? Made in 10. So do I check? Aha. I take. Right. I just take. Yeah, I take. Take, check. Here, and then I hunt the king down. Is the plan, or what? There's like this check. All right. I'm satisfied with that explanation. Hey, how's it going, Grind? Welcome back. We just played a big game. Let's put my stream back. There we go. All right. How many moves is that? That was 26 moves? Okay. That was less moves than it felt like. Am I ending stream? No, not yet. I'm trying to crack 1400 today before I end the stream. So I'm already 1370. So just take it up to 14, then I'll call it a day. All right. Let's play C65. All right, there. So he plays the Exchange Carol. I think the Exchange Carol is based on what? It's based on this bishop pin, right? It's based on this knight move. And then I put the bishop out. Yeah, I thought I put the bishop out. Or is the bishop supposed to pin the knight? Or is it supposed to? I think the bishop's supposed to pin the knight in the exchange, and then the queen goes to c, and I rotate around like that. Okay, I'm not mad about this position. I will probably try for something like that. Probably try bishop d6, bishop c7, queen d6, and try to checkmate or something like that. Or do I want bishop knight, or do I want knight here, knight e7, knight f5? Do I want knight e7, knight f5? Or do I want the queenside attack? Well, if I want the queenside, if my goal is to get the queenside attack, then I think the knight really belongs on. Do you like knight f6 here, or do you like knight e7? Because long term, what's my plan? I think my plan in the long term is to try to attack with these edge pawns on the queen side, right? My other plan is knight e7. Yeah, knight e7 is interesting. Well, if it's knight e7, I have to go bishop d6 first, just so I don't trap the bishop, right? Or I could just, yeah. Because is my goal to go to f5? I don't think my goal is to go to f5. I don't want my knight on f5. I think, yeah, I'll rotate the knight over this way and try to attack on the queen side. Yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah, I'm not mad about this position. I think this is a nice one. Okay. He wants to trade the light. That's a great trade for me. I would love for him to get rid of that. Okay. All right. So now we have to do queenside operations. What's my goal here? My goal here should be to jump the... Oh, also, I could jump the knight in here and force that bishop off the board. That's interesting. Do I want that? Force the bishop off the board? No. Actually, I like my knight better than his bishop. So I think I'm going to go... Yeah. I'm going to go queen. I'm going to go... I'm going to start pushing this guy down first. I'm going to push this guy all the way down, and then if he pushes here, he's going to have a backwards pawn on the c file. Then I bring the rook in here to harass him on the c file. Okay, so he's still trying to checkmate me down here, but would have been to trade up, but yeah, trade out that bishop. Yeah, I'm not that insane. Just thank you. Here, or man, am I worried about that? I am a little worried. I wish my knight was on f6 now. My knight is kind of... All right, I'm going to go here now. Just so if he goes here, I have takes. I might actually trade his bishop in this position. Or I'll also line up the queen here. Yeah. I'll also go... Let's go here. Just to put some pressure onto that knight. Knight f5. Yeah. Yeah, if I go stops that knight move. If I go knight f5, it stops which knight move? So my knight's already on f5, right? So what move is it stopping? This knight h4, knight something. Okay, so I'm going to. Oh wow, that is okay. That's not right. Let's go here first. Kick him out. This is wrong. Okay. There's chat. Oh, you said that a while. There's chat delay. True. Okay. Now take. So takes check. How does he block? He blocks with the queen. Yeah, he blocks with the queen. He blocks with the queen, and I don't have anything there, right? Because takes here. Oh wait, I have a fork. Takes have a fork. Is that good? Is that good enough? Takes. I have a fork, or I can takes here. Yeah, or I could do nothing and just keep pushing down. But I think that's good enough to win. Yeah, I'm never takes. I'm never worried about something happening here because knight just takes on e5 and then he moves his queen. I take the rook. Yeah. All right. I'm up a single pawn, but I think that one pawn is good enough to win. Oh wait, I blundered. I just realized I blundered. I blundered this. I blundered. All right, and he has like annoying counterplay. So I just realized I blundered. Okay. How do I want to defend this? I think I defend this just by moving. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. I think I'll push and try to swing around on the 7th and 8th rank. I'll swing my heavies around and just move everything over to defend the king side. Change of plans, like we're gonna cancel this plan. Yeah, we're gonna cancel this plan and just focus on defense now. All right, so let's play defense. Let's go. All right, so if we push, he will give that check. So let's go here. Kick his knight out. We're opening up the 7th rank for defense also. And we're going to bring the rooks over, defend the 7th, defend the 8th rank, push this way. I think I want to, do I want this? Do I want to make a weak pawn? Where do I want the base of my pawn chain? Do I want it here? Do I want this? Yeah, I definitely want I want it this way. Stop the knight. Is this knight jumping in? That knight is jumping in, but I'm gonna swing around this way. All right. Looking pretty solid. And then I'll probably go like that. And I'll keep the pawn weakness on. Or I'll go here and bring this over. I think I'm feeling pretty safe here. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to come down this way? Well, there's nothing for you to do over there anymore. So I'm gonna swing this way. All right. Anything happening over here? Nothing Nothing here, nothing there. Yeah, but I don't think he has anything. I don't think you have any useful, because I'm gonna go push this way. Right, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna push this way. And after takes, you have too many. After takes, you open my. Does he really want to open my F file? Oh, I also have to watch out for the. Oh, did he just make a pawn? Yeah. Okay. Whoops. Do I take that way? Take this way. Which way do I take? I think. Did I take this way? Did I take that way? Do I push? No, I don't. Damn, this defense is a little uncomfortable. Let's swing back around. Let's swing back around and harass him a little bit on over here. All right, now I think I push. Yeah, now I push. He has something. I'm always worried about. Okay, and I have a fork, right? I'm always worried about something happening over here. Is something happening here or nothing? How is my 7th rank? 7th rank looking good. F file looking decent. I can't take, unfortunately, but I can keep pushing in here. I keep pushing in here. 2 minutes left. All right. I can keep pushing in. And how's my defense here? Is he going to jump in? If he jumps in, do I take him? Oh, here it comes. Okay. Is this good? I don't think this is any good. Where's the continuation? I don't see the... Where's the... Yeah, where's the continuation? Check. I just go here. He has check, right? He has one check. He has that. Sack doesn't work. Yeah, I just take that, I thought. Does he have that? No, he does not have that. So there. Okay. Do I take... I just take this way. And I threaten the queen trade. And that's it. All right. Nice. Good defense there. Had to get rid of the counterplay. I wonder if I blundered. I wonder how much I blundered there. I'm sure like I missed a bunch of things there. All right. Let's finish this guy. Let's go here. You didn't see any misses. Okay, that's reassuring. That's reassuring. Let's go here. Let's hit that. Okay, let's hit him a little. Let's do some damage over here. Do I give a check there? Okay. Let's just give a check here. Give a check there. Here. Trap the bishop. Yeah, this is fine. I'll just mop up. Cool. All right, decline 1377. All right, let's play the Carol again. Okay, I like this variation. This is oh. Okay. He's trying to trick me like that. Okay. So up and here, and he sacks, I think, is the plan. All right, I'm not gonna worry I'm not gonna concern myself with kicking the knight out yet. This is fine. All right, now I do one. So he has 2 knights here. I wonder if I could trap one of the knights. Maybe. I want to also get rid of the light squared bishop as usual. C5, E5. What did I play for? Do I? What is the pawn structure? It's like that. You'd move yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, you move your knight to create a double discovery on the knight. Yeah, I might do that actually. But then he just, well, no, he actually can't. Yeah, it's a check. It blunders the pawn, so you can't do that. So let's think. All right, I want E4 here, is what I want. Okay, yeah, I want E4. Let's go here, 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 and play E4 and let the light square bishop out like that. I want here, rook here, pawn up, here, here, like that. I want knight D6, E5. Yeah. Oh. But I don't... If he wants to double trade, that's okay with me. If he wants to double trade, I think that's okay with me. Yeah, I'm cool with this. I wouldn't be mad about that. Trade? It is, yeah. So I have to be careful not to blunder here. Okay, so here, do I jump the knight? If he takes, well, if I take, he takes. I can't take his knight in this position because after pawn takes and I move my knight, I'm in trouble. So I have to do it. I think I have to do it. I think this way. Yeah, I have to play this move. Very, very sharp position for sure. Many things happening over here. Many things could potentially go wrong, but I'm gonna try my best to defend everything here. Yeah. Okay. Let's go here. No blunders. Takes, no blunders, right? And then I want here, here, here. Okay. I think I'm in the clear. Yeah. Oh. Well. Yep. And then I want... Am I ready to kick his knight? Or I could jump my own knight at some point, but not right now. Am I ready to kick the knight? Yeah, I think I am ready to kick the knight. Let's get him out of here. So he goes back this way or that way. And then I have c5. c5, rook d8 is the plan. c5, rook d8, queen b6 hitting the pawn. Queen b6 hitting the pawn on d2, on b2. All right, yep, that's fine. Do I push in this way? Okay, let's get rook b8 in. c5 coming. Oh, mistake, I think. Here, and then takes, I have check in that position, which lets me get this bishop onto the diagonal. I'm going to swing my queen in here. Maybe try to pressure him down this diagonal. Is he going to try? Well, maybe he can try. Wait a second. I think he's trying to do something over there. No, I'm going to bet that he's too slow. I'm going to bet that this isn't going to work. Now I'm threatening that move. I'm threatening take. Well, I'm not threatening that necessarily, but I might try to trade with him on this diagonal. If I trade the light square bishop and get my rook to... Okay, he is really going for it, isn't he? But I think I'm faster. Who's faster? Is he faster? Am I faster? Take. What's his next move here? Takes, and if I push, he pushes, and that position. Let me take this guy first. I don't believe this is fast enough. You can't go here now because you would drop the rook. And then if you go rook here, I don't have another capture there. So that's actually kind of annoying. Is he going to go rook here? Push. Okay. Push. Yeah, but I thought this was okay for me. So he has to trade. If he doesn't trade, I'm going to checkmate him, actually. And this is terrible for him. I have to be very careful. Let's take this. Oh, wait, no. We can't take that. What am I doing? We can't take this. Let's take... take this. And then he's gonna take like that. Is he? Is he gonna go here? Still too slow. Too slow. Here, here, here. Takes. This endgame is gonna be hard for him to hold. The doubled C pawns are not easy to defend. They're isolated. They're doubled, and also technically up a pawn. Yeah, I'm up a pawn in this position. Okay, takes. I have check. Oh wait, no, I don't have check. What am I doing? I absolutely do not have check. So I have this. I have this, this. I have rook b1 coming. I have queen d5. I have queen c4. Queen c4. I have a passed a pawn. Everything here is looking good. Everything here is looking good. All right, 321. All right, I think this is game over. I think that's a game-losing blunder because after this check, what does he do? Right? After this check, how does he... Boom. All right, game over. We clean up everything. And we just take everything. Make sure there's no... Always make sure there's no blunders on the back rank here. All right, check this. Nice. 1385. Let's do maybe... I think it's going to take 3 more games too. Knight f3. d4. Okay, I push c4. All right, I push this in. And I win the knight. And I win the queen. Let's go here. Check maybe. Let's go check. Do I take? Let's just take. That. Oh no, I mouse slipped. Oh god, I mouse slipped that one. Okay. I mouse slipped, but it's fine. Because we're up so many points of material. It's okay. Oh wait, we make another careless mistake. Okay. Let's go here. Defend everything. Here. Let's try to castle. Let's try to castle. Take that. Okay, drop back and give this check. Come in on this side. Or I can give that check. That check is also interesting. Let's go here, back. I wonder what he does here. Does he go there? Fall into the check. Does he? Do I go here? Get rid of the knight. All right, 1395, and let's hit 1400. All right, let's go with knight f3. All right, he goes this knight c6 move, which is okay. And then here, I think I push in, right? I just push in here, and I go here. And if he tries to, okay. Let's go here. I wonder if he'll push. If he pushes here, that would be great for me. Will he push? Will he take? He pushes. That's a blunder because I'll collect the Okay, he actually doesn't. So, do I push here? Do I push? Do I take? Takes c6. What about if I push in? Let's go here first. So if he goes back, I take again. Why do you drop the pawn? Why do you drop the knight? I don't understand. Is that a knight gambit? What's going on? No, you cannot. There's no way this is working out for him. Really? This works for him? Come on, no way this works. I just go here, right? Takes. Hello? Takes. I don't know, dude. I don't know what he's trying to. I don't know what he's attempting here. He takes, okay. And after I take, is he really gonna take again? So he's just down a piece. Or he's just down a piece straight up. But he has pawns. He does have pawns. Let's go here in castle. We'll figure out how to win this. Let's break him up a little bit. So it's technically a piece for 3 pawns, but his pawn structure is so bad that I think the 3 pawns aren't really going to be sufficient here. After takes, I take. Yeah, takes. I take. Rook takes. And how do you defend the weaknesses? And I have rook d1 coming. take that. Let's take that. Let's go here. Takes. And I have to be careful. No back rank mate here. Takes check. I have this jump hitting this, and I just hit everything here. And there's not even a square here for him to go to. So I take this way, I think. Yeah. No more back ranks. Okay, take this way. Take. Okay, let's move forward. Let's go here. Okay, go here. Here, make a pass taunt. Here. All right, 1400. All right, that's gonna be the end of the stream today. Should we keep playing? No, it's already been 4 hours. All right, good stream. Goodbye, everybody. Now we will make some short form content and post all of that onto TikTok, Instagram, all that good stuff. And